So welcome into the hot shop, everyone. Just before I start, I'd also like to mention sometimes it's a little bit loud in here, whether it's from the music or the machinery that we're working with. And so I have some closed captioning up on the screen that will follow along with what I say. But over on that right bench, they're just getting started. They're building some mass on the outside of this clear bubble that they have. And they need to gather all of the glass that they're going to use for this one object. And some examples of what they've worked on previously are down on this front table here. So these were made yesterday and Wednesday. And today, if you didn't know, we do have a visiting artist, and this is Francesca Lohman. And that is the woman standing closer to the right side of the hot shop over there. She just waved at you all. And she's here for a 3-day residency. Today's her last day of this residency. So you guys just barely caught her. She started on Wednesday, and the projects that she's been working on so far for this residency are all relating to gelatin or jello. And so all of these objects that you see down on this front table, the ones that are hollow, such as these bowl shapes, these are going to be used to actually mold some gelatin. And then to display this piece, she's going to display the gelatin alongside the mold that was used to create it. And that's going to be one complete piece, for example. And you'll also notice these little bits of clear that are sort of attached to the bottoms of these pieces here and there. And this is going to be ground off in a process called cold working. They'll just grind it off and polish it, and then the piece will be done. And if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. But we're just getting started right now. So our visiting artist has told me that there will be a couple of summer showings or summer shows that these pieces will be going into, but we do not have the names of those shows yet. And this tool that Sarah's been using over and over again here, this wooden spoon-shaped tool, this is called a block, and this is usually used after a fresh gather of clear glass or before they blow into the pipe to expand that bubble. And this is going to make sure that the bubble blows out evenly on the inside. And for anyone who hasn't seen our visiting artist artwork, I'll have that up on the screen now. These are previous pieces that our visiting artist has made and displayed. And there will also be a few slides that include some sketches of what are being made during this residency here. And if you ever have any questions, even for the artist herself, you can always ask me and I'll bring her over, or I can just get that answer for you as well. So this piece that they're currently working on is going to become another gelatin mold, and the way to describe how this gelatin mold is going to look is sort of a step pyramid with those rounded corners, or almost a little bit of a beehive look. And so the biggest layer is going to be obviously at the top part of the mold, and then it's going to slowly go into a point through all of these individual steps. And so after they've gathered enough mass on the outside of this bubble, they usually move over to the center bench and start working on blowing and shaping this out into its final form. And right here, Ben must have just seen a little imperfection in the glass. It could be just a particle or it could be an air bubble. So they'll pick that out before they start blowing the piece out so it doesn't get trapped inside. Now, just a little bit of background on our visiting artist for anyone who recently joined. Today we do have a visiting artist, Francesca Lohman, and that is the woman in the brown shirt standing closer to the right side of the hot shop. And she's here for a 3-day residency. Today's her last day, sadly. But she is a Seattle-based sculptor with a background in printmaking, and today we are working on making some different gelatin molds. This one that we're currently working on, you heard me describe it a little bit earlier, is going to be sort of a beehive or step pyramid look. And just a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions about the glass process or even questions for the visiting artist herself, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. And just while they're starting to work on this piece, I think I'll give a little rundown of the hot shop so you can understand the temperatures of everything that we're working with, just in case you haven't been in a hot shop before. So everything we do in here starts in our furnaces, which you saw them gathering that clear glass out of. And these are the large tanks with the closed doors. We've been gathering out of this right one. These hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each, and they run at around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten, it's viscous and sticky, a lot like honey. So all we had to do was stick our pipe into the glass and turn, and that gathers a ball on the end. And from there, we can blow into it, and it expands much like a balloon, which is what they're doing at the center bench now. And the open face furnaces that you see at each bench, these are just for reheating. They don't have any glass inside of them. They're running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, but we can adjust that temperature as need be. And we have multiple of these open face furnaces running, so we can work on multiple parts of the same project at the same time instead of just trying to cram in and kind of make it all work with one furnace. So there's not a huge difference in between those individual furnaces that are on right now. And both of our types of furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air. And these torches that they'll be using are running off of oxygen and propane. And this large fluffy flame torch they're using is running at around the same temperature as the furnace, but it allows them to give the piece a focused heat just in a specific area rather than heating up the entire thing overall. So they applied some extra heat towards the back end of the glass, kind of where it's connected to the pipe itself. So I'd like to point out that sometimes we do have visiting artists that come in that don't work with glass themselves, and this is one of those cases here. And so everyone who's physically working on the glass is a part of our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They're here pretty much full time every day that the museum is open. And so they are doing all of that physical work to put together our visiting artist creation, the idea in her head, the sketch that she's put down on paper, but she's still able to control everything that they're doing, telling them whether it looks right or wrong, for example, whether she wants it bigger or smaller. And right now, Ben is going in with a pair of jacks, which were those two metal blades. And you can see he made a divot in the glass just near the pipe. And this is where they're going to remove the piece later on from the pipe. This is called a jack line. And this right here is simply a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And despite how odd that tool sounds, this is actually one of the most common tools you'll find if you go into a hot shop. It's one of the only flexible tools, can move with our hand, and it's pretty close to using our hands to shape that glass. Now, for anyone who recently joined, we do have a visiting artist. I was just briefly talking to her about the molds in general, but today we have Francesca Lohman, and that's the woman who's standing closer to the front side of the hot shop here. And she's here for a 3-day residency. This is her last day, sadly. But we've been working on making these clear glass gelatin molds, and you can see some examples of the previously made molds on this front table here. These were made on Wednesday and yesterday or Thursday. And she is a Seattle-based sculptor with a background in printmaking. And right now, currently, we're working on she called it a step pyramid. So it's kind of going to be like a pyramid that has each of these individual steps kind of leading to a point. And I kind of think it looks a little bit like a beehive, so I'm describing it that way as well. And if anyone ever has any questions about the glass making process or questions for the artist herself, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. But I will continue following along with what they're doing, describing what they're doing and why. And so to make each of these individual steps, you could see that Ben has been going in with a pair of jacks. And if we don't cinch all the way down, those jacks can just be made or used to make lines in the glass as they're doing now. So the person who sits down at the bench and does a lot of the shaping, as you kind of saw, Ben was sitting down at the center bench and doing a lot of the shaping, and right now he's still shaping, but he's not sitting down anymore. So the person who is doing that and kind of telling everyone else what to do is called the gaffer. And they're kind of like the glassblowing team leader. So right now, Ben is the gaffer, and then everyone else is pretty much assistants, and yeah, that's pretty much it. He just asks them to do anything that he needs. And Francesca, our visiting artist herself, she does not work with glass, but we frequently have visiting artists that don't work with glass. So this is pretty common. She's still able to tell them exactly what she wants in this object, though, and she has this vision and a sketch down. Now, I briefly talked about that larger torch that they were using, and that's running at around the same temperature as that reheating furnace that they're using at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, I was told. And this smaller torch, though, is actually the hottest item we have in the hot shop. And you could see it's glowing really brightly blue, and it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, I was told. And this is over double the heat of our molten glass. So that was able to very quickly heat up the tip of this piece. And this is important. It just gives them a really focused heat, just a really small area, so that nothing else is going to change shape from heating up a larger portion of the piece. So in order to get access to the other side of the piece that's currently attached to the pipe, they need to attach a second pipe to the other side, and this is called a puntee. And this puntee is going to allow them to break this piece off of its original pipe. And once that connection is secure, all they have to do is apply a little bit of water to that previous connection point, and this will cause purposeful shocking and cracking inside of the glass, just in that small connection area. And with that new connection, you can see they made a little bit of a ball on the end of that pipe, and that's going to make this piece easier to remove later on from this connection as well. So a little bit of water at that connection point and then a simple tap to the pipe, and that piece will break cleanly off. So now from here, they have a large opening at that previous connection, and they'll be able to start to open this out into that final shape that they're going for. Since this is a mold, they have to make sure that that opening is larger than any other point on the inside of that mold so the gelatin can come out. So after heating up the front end of this piece, Ben is going in with a pair of tweezers. And you could see as he was pinching, he was also pulling outward away from the piece. And this is stretching that outer part nice and thin. And then he's able to go in with a pair of shears and trim off all of that excess glass. And this is leaving them behind with nice even walls and a really even opening to this piece as well. Now, something I'd like to mention, this whole residency we've been using only clear glass, and our furnaces are also all clear glass. And so something that's really nice that you just saw is they picked that scrap up off the floor and they set it into a special bucket. And this bucket is only going to have clear glass in it. So when we fill up the furnace again, all we have to do is break up that glass and then add that in with the raw mixture as well. And this is basically just reusing that clear glass, which we can do. So if we were to ever mess up or break a piece, then we could easily just reuse that glass, which is really nice. Now, I know a few new people have joined, so just to catch you up a little bit, today we do have a visiting artist, and her name is Francesca Lohman, and that is the woman standing closer to the front here with the brown shirt. And she is here for a 3-day residency here at the museum, and today's her last day, so she started on Wednesday. Some previously made pieces that she made throughout this residency are down on this front table here. These were made yesterday and Wednesday. And she's a Seattle-based sculptor with a background in printmaking as well. And this whole residency, we've been working on making these clear glass gelatin molds or jello molds. And so all of these sort of bowl shapes that you see down here or bunt pan shapes, these are all going to be used to make gelatin sculptures. And then to display the gelatin piece, it's just going to be the gelatin sitting next to the mold that was used to create that gelatin sculpture. And these pieces are going into a couple of different summer shows, and we don't have the names of those yet, but that is what our visiting artist has told me they will be used for. And if anyone ever has any questions, whether it's about the glass process or even questions for the artist herself, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come on over. Now you'll notice this tool that Ben is using right here looks pretty similar to the jacks, which were those 2 metal blades, but instead of metal blades we have wooden blades now. These are called the pachofis, and these are really soft and gentle on the glass, so he's able to go on the inside of this piece and use the tips of the blades to shape that glass even more. We would not be able to do that with the metal blades because that would gouge and sort of scrape at the inside of that soft piece. And to break this piece off, a little bit of water is applied to that connection point, and Sarah's able to pick up that piece with the Kevlar gloves. And let's give them a round of applause for completing their first gelatin mold for today. Nice, thank you. This is going into the annealer, which is that large black box they just put it into. This is going to slowly cool the glass down from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature overnight at least, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. And we have to heat up and cool down our glass very slowly. And since we've been working with all clear glass and our furnaces are also all clear glass, I'll play a short video talking about what our clear glass is made out of and how we fill up our furnaces in the first place. And so can I have the charging the furnace video, please?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So now they're getting started on their next piece right away over on that right bench. So we are going to be making another one of those gelatin molds, but this one they're going to try and make a little bit wider and squatter. That last one we made was definitely a lot more pyramid shaped, but this one is going to be sort of oval shaped as well. And for anyone who recently joined, just a little recap on who we have here and what we're doing today. Today we do have a visiting artist. This is Francesca Lohman. That was the woman who was just standing up front with me. She's here for a 3-day residency here at the museum, and today is her last day, sadly. But we have been working on making these clear glass gelatin molds. And she's a Seattle-based sculptor with a background in printmaking. And so all of these sculptures, actually, just in case you guys haven't seen our visiting artist artwork, can I have that up on the screen now as I give a little background info? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artist artwork. And this was all previously made artwork, but you'll also see some sketches up on the screen at some point throughout this slideshow, and these are what we're going to be working on throughout this residency. And so to display these gelatin pieces that they're working on today, they're going to be displayed the gelatin that was created inside of that glass mold, and then the mold that was used to create that is going to be right by its side, and that will be considered one piece altogether. And these will be displayed in some summer shows. So over on that right bench, they're just getting started on that clear bubble once more. They have to build up some mass, so they're going to shape it, blow the bubble a little bit bigger, gather more glass, and that process will repeat until they have as much glass as they need for this piece. So this wooden spoon-shaped tool that Sarah goes in with over and over again, this is called a block. And these are usually made out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent them from burning when they're used on the glass. And this is shaping and evening out that glass, so when they do blow into the bubble, that bubble blows out evenly from underneath. So every now and then the heat will start to travel back towards the artist's hands just a bit, and this is usually from heating the glass over and over or getting fresh gathers. And so Sarah was using a pipe cooler. This is just a trough of water, splashes water up onto the handle, cools it down almost instantly so we can handle it a little bit closer to the glass once more. And every time the artist rests the glass like this is just allowing it to cool down a little bit before they gather that new layer of clear glass. And that right there, that process of allowing that glass to drop off the end of the bubble like that, this is called a strip gather. And it's just giving them a partial gather of glass or less glass than a full gather. So they needed a little bit more glass, but not that much glass, basically. And then once they've gathered all the glass they need, they bring it over to the center bench. And this is where they're going to really start blowing it out and sculpting, shaping it into its final shape. So right now Ben is going in with a pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades. And he just made a line or a divot in the glass, as you can see. This is called the jack line. This is where they're going to remove this piece from the pipe later on. And then he goes back in with that stack of newspaper soaked in water. And for those who haven't seen that tool yet, this is very common despite how odd that tool sounds. It's a very flexible tool. It can move with our hands. So that last piece we made is going to be pretty similar to this piece that we're making right now as well. If you weren't here for the last one, we made a step pyramid shape or sort of a beehive shape. And this piece they're hoping to make it a little bit squatter and wider. Instead of it being shaped more like a cone, they want it shaped more like a squat pyramid. So the jacks are being used to create those individual steps that we're going to see on this pyramid shape. And these steps are going to stay rounded. They're not squaring them off or anything, giving this piece almost a little bit of a beehive look. And for those who just joined, this is going to become a gelatin mold. So I forgot to mention the last mold we made was a perfectly circular mold like this one is currently, if you're looking from the bottom or the top of the piece, right? But this piece, they're going to eventually turn it into a bit more of an oval shape, and you'll see how they do that a little bit later on. So now Ben is going in with 2 cork wood paddles, and this is how they're going to get the oval shape for this piece. So as he's pressing just the 2 sides of this piece, if we were to look from the bottom or the top of this piece, we would start to see that oval shape forming. So whenever Ben's holding the glass up in that direction, kind of towards the ceiling like that, this is allowing the glass to kind of squat down onto itself. And so this is how they're getting a little bit more of that squat shape. And they'll continue this process until they have a nice squat oval. And for anyone who just joined us, today we have a visiting artist, Francesca Lohman. And that is the woman in the brown shirt closer to the right side of the hot shop. And she's here for a 3-day residency here at the museum. And she's a Seattle-based sculptor with a background in printmaking as well. And during this whole residency, we have been working on making clear gelatin molds. And you could see some of the previously made molds down on this front table. These were made yesterday and on Wednesday. And this current mold we're making, they're trying to make a step pyramid shape. It's going to have these rounded steps going all the way to a sort of point. And this specific one that they're making is going to have an oval shape overall, and is also going to be a little bit of a squatter shape. And since I have quite a few new people in the hot shop, I'll give a little bit of a rundown of the hot shop, and this will describe all of the temperatures of everything that we're working with, just in case some of you haven't been in a hot shop before. So everything we do in here starts in our furnaces. These are the large tanks with the closed doors. We've been gathering out of this right one over here today. These hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten, it's viscous and sticky, a lot like honey. So all we have to do is stick our pipe into the glass, and when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end. And from there, we can blow into the end of our pipe, and this expands the glass like a balloon. And the open face furnaces that you see them putting the glass inside of over and over again, these are just our reheating furnaces running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we have multiple of these running right now, as you can see. This is just to work on multiple parts of the same project at the same time. So there's not a huge difference between those individual open face furnaces. And if I didn't say so already, they're just used for reheating. They don't have anything else inside of them. And if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. It could be questions about the glass process, or it could be questions for the visiting artist herself. And I'll also briefly mention our visiting artist doesn't work with glass. And so right now our hot shop team, the people that work here full time when the museum is open, are working on this piece, and she is the vision, and she has made all of the designs herself. And now we need access to the other side of the piece to finish it off. So a second pipe has just been brought over and placed onto the bottom of this piece. And this is going to allow them to break the piece off of its original pipe. And the second pipe that they attach to a piece, no matter if it's a single solid connection like this or something a little bit different, it is called a punty. And as you can see, they thinned out that connection just a little bit. This is going to make the piece easier to break off from the second pipe later on as well. And to break this off of its original pipe, they just apply a little bit of water and then a simple tap to the pipe, and that piece is cleanly broken off. So now from here, they are left over with an opening, and they'll be able to start to open this up into its final shape. And since this is a mold, they have to make sure that that opening is wider than any other point on the inside of the mold so the gelatin can come out. So after heating up the opening to this piece, Ben is going in with a pair of tweezers, and you could see he's pinching and pulling at the same time, pulling that glass away from the rest of the piece. And then next he'll go in with a pair of shears, and he's able to trim off all of that excess glass. And this is going to leave them behind with some nice thin even walls and an even opening to this piece. And this tool that you see Ben using here, you'll notice it looks pretty similar to the jacks, which were those two metal blades. But these are pachofis. These have those wooden blades instead, and this is going to allow Ben to use the tips of the blades to shape from the inside of the piece. And if we were to try that with the metal blades, as you can imagine, that would just be gouging and scraping the inside of that soft glass. And every now and then, to correct that oval shape that we have, Ben is going back in with the corkwood paddles and applying a little extra pressure to the sides of the piece to make that oval again. And for those who just joined us, right now we are currently working on a step pyramid gelatin mold. And so as you can see, we have all of those individual rounded steps that are leading up to a point for this mold. And they're working on making sure everything is right. They want an oval shape for this mold, and they want it to be a little bit squatter and wider. And these were all pieces that were made yesterday and Wednesday during this same residency. Right now we do have a visiting artist. And this visiting artist is Francesca Lohman. That is the woman in the brown shirt standing closer to the right side of the hot shop. And today's her last day of this residency, but she started on Wednesday. And these are the pieces that they made previously. Most of them are gelatin molds, and there's a couple of plates here as well that may be used to display that gelatin. And right now, Ben is using a pair of shears to cut at that connection right where that glass is attached to the pipe. And then to fully break this piece off, he goes in with a little bit of water and then a simple tap to the pipe, and that piece is cleanly broken off. And let's give them a round of applause for completing that gelatin mold. And this has gone into the annealer, which is that large black box over on that far right wall. This is going to slowly cool down the glass from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, at least overnight, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. And depending on the thickness of the glass, it has to anneal longer and longer. And since we are working with all clear glass and our furnaces are all clear glass as well, I'm going to play a short video describing how we fill our furnaces and what the clear glass is made out of. So can I have that charging the furnace video, please?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Now, for anyone who hasn't seen our visiting artist artwork, I'll have that up on the screen as well. These are all previously made artwork by our visiting artist, who is a sculptor. And along with this slideshow, you'll see some images here and there that are sketches of what will be made during this residency. And just a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I will come right over. And it can be questions about the glass process itself or questions for the artist herself. Any question is fine. So over on that right bench, there's getting started on the next piece already. Everything starts with a very small clear bubble on the end of a hollow pipe. And we will need to gather many more layers of clear before we're ready to blow and shape this piece out. So for anyone who is here for the last piece, we made a sort of beehive or step pyramid shape for a gelatin mold. And this is going to be pretty similar. They're trying to make it an even squatter shape though. And every now and then the heat will start to travel back towards the artist's hands. And so this is a pipe cooler. It's just a trough of water, splashing water up onto that pipe, cooling it down almost instantly in that area. And this is going to allow the artist to handle the pipe a little bit closer to the glass once more. And then once they've gathered enough glass and enough mass, they bring the bubble over to the center bench where they're going to start blowing it out and shaping it into its final shape. And this wooden spoon-shaped tool here that Ben is using is called a block. They're usually made out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent burning. It's usually used after a fresh gather of clear or before they blow into the pipe. And this just evens out the glass. Then next, Ben goes in with a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And despite how odd the tool sounds, this is actually a very commonly used tool in the hot shop. And this tool that Ben's going in with here is a pair of jacks, those two metal blades, and these are going to carve a jack line into the glass, which is that divot you see forming now. This is where they will remove the piece from this pipe later on. And that nozzle is just blowing compressed air that's cooling down the glass just in that small area that they were blowing it. And it's at that connection point, so they're probably trying to get this piece to move around a little bit less. And for those who just joined, just to give you a little bit of background on who we have here and what's going on today. Today we have a visiting artist, Francesca Lohman, and that is the woman closer to the right side of the hot shop with the brown shirt. And she's here for a 3-day residency. Today is her last day, sadly, but she started on Wednesday. So these pieces that you see down on this front table, these were made yesterday and Wednesday. And these are all different kinds of gelatin molds. So she's going to be using these to make gelatin sculpture, and then to display the gelatin, she will just have the gelatin standing next to the mold that was used to create it. And that itself is going to be one piece. And these are going to be displayed this summer in a couple of different showings. And our visiting artist is a Seattle-based sculptor with a background in printmaking. And for those of you who haven't seen our visiting artist artwork, I'll have that up on the screen now. This is all artwork that our visiting artist has previously made before she came to the museum here. And throughout the slideshow, you might see a couple of sketches as well. And these are what projects we're going to be working on during this residency. And if anyone ever has any questions, whether it's about the glass process or a question for the artist herself, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. Yeah, so these are all clear glass molds and they're going to be used to create gelatin. I believe that the gelatin is also going to be clear itself, and so they'll look relatively similar when they're sitting next to each other, but they're going to be almost opposite forms because one of them's going to be the mold, which is the glass, and then one of them's just going to be the gelatin sculpture that was made inside of it. Now this small torch right here is allowing Ben to heat up just a ring all the way around the entire piece. Instead of heating up the entire piece overall, this is a very focused hot flame. It can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So this is going to very quickly spot heat just that small area so he can make one more line. So now Ben is going in with the pair of jacks, those two metal blades, and he's making just one more of those divots in the glass. And this is going to create each of those individual steps that we're going for this step pyramid shape. So welcome to anyone who recently joined us. Today we do have a visiting artist, and this is Francesca Lohman, and that is the woman standing closest to me here with the brown shirt. She is here for a 3-day residency at the museum, and today is her last day. This started on Wednesday. She is a Seattle-based sculptor with background in printmaking as well. And this residency, we have been working on making clear glass gelatin molds. And so after these molds are complete, much like these molds down on this front table, our artist is going to be able to make a gelatin figure or gelatin sculpture on the inside of that mold. And then to display the gelatin, she'll have that gelatin and then the mold that was used to create it just by its side, and that will be one piece displayed. And she's hoping to display some of these pieces in a few different showings this summer. And I don't have the names of those showings yet, but keep your eye out for them. And currently we are going to be working on creating a step pyramid gelatin mold. So it's going to be this very squat, short pyramid shape, and each section of pyramid is going to have this rounded step to it. And so this piece is going to become squatter as they continue working on it. And they're also going to be going for an oval shape as well. So they have a lot of different layers of complexity to this piece. Right now it's just round all the way around, but they're going to squish a couple of the sides of this piece to get that oval shape that you'll see. And if anyone ever has any questions about the glass process or even questions for the artist herself, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. And after heating that glass up, you could see that Ben was holding it up towards the ceiling, and that was allowing it to slump down on itself. This is getting them closer to that squat shape that they're going for. So for anyone who just joined us, right now we're currently working on making this squat step pyramid shape. So we're going for a squat pyramid. It's also going to have an oval shape to it as well if you're looking from the top or the bottom of this mold. And this is going to be a gelatin mold eventually. So much like these pieces that we have on this front table, these are also going to be used to create gelatin. And the gelatin piece itself and the mold will be displayed side by side as one complete piece. So to continue making this piece more squat, just a lot shorter, Ben is continuing to heat this glass up and then hold it towards the ceiling, and that's allowing it to slump down on itself from gravity. So now it looks like the bottom half of this piece is done, so they're letting it rest, and they'll just continue to keep it warm at least above 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. As Gabe over on the right side of the hot shop is preparing a second pipe with a clear attachment, and this is going to be attached to the bottom of the piece. And this is going to allow them to break the piece off of its original pipe. So now that second pipe is brought over. The second pipe that they attach to a piece, no matter if it's a simple clear attachment like this or something a little bit different, is called a punty. The punty is going to allow them to break this off of its original pipe and then give them access to the other side of the piece. And now to break this piece off of its original pipe, they just apply a little bit of water to that connection point before tapping the pipe, and this breaks it off nice and cleanly. Now from here, after breaking that off, they're left over with an opening. They'll be able to start opening this up into that final shape that they're going for. And they have to open this up quite a bit because since this is going to be a gelatin mold, they need to make sure that the opening of the piece is wider than any other part of the piece on the inside so that gelatin can actually come out. And after heating up the front end of this piece once more, they go in with a pair of tweezers, and Ben is pinching and pulling the outside of that glass even further out. This is stretching out the walls a little bit, making them even and thinner. And next, Ben goes in with a pair of shears, and he's trimming off a lot of excess glass. And this is going to leave him behind with a nice even opening in those really thin straight walls. And next, Ben is going in with a special tool called the pachofis. They look very similar to the metal jacks, as you can see, which are those two metal blades. But instead of metal blades, we have wooden blades. And so he's able to use the tips of these wooden blades on the inside of the piece and push outward. So he's winding the piece from the inside with these blades. If you were to try this with the metal blades, this would be gouging and scraping the inside of this soft glass piece. So now this piece is pretty much complete. They're going to prepare to start breaking this piece off. So you'll notice them torching the back end quite a bit. And this is because they will usually cut that connection point in the back just a little bit right before they break it off. Makes it a little bit easier. So now Ben is going to go in with this super hot handheld torch. This is the hottest item we have in the hot shop, and it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's over double the heat of the molten glass. So this is going to be torching just that very small connection point between the pipe and the glass, and then they'll cut this just before breaking it off. And now to fully break this piece off, they just apply a little bit of water to that connection point before tapping the pipe. And as you can see, that cleanly broke it off. And let's give them a round of applause for completing that gelatin mold as well. Nice, thank you. This is going into the annealer, which is that really large black box. They just put it in over there. This is going to cool the piece down from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, at least overnight, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. And since we're working with all clear glass today, I'm going to play a short video that describes how we make our glass, or what it's consisting of, and how we fill up our furnaces in the first place. So can I have the charging the furnace video, please?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So we're going to continue making gelatin molds, but this next project is going to be a different shape. They're discussing that design now. And for anyone who hasn't seen our visiting artist artwork yet, can I have that up on the screen as well too, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artist artwork, Francesca Lohman. And this is our visiting artist standing next to me here. I was just saying your name and pointing you out. And she's here for a 3-day residency. This is her last day here, sadly. But she is a Seattle-based sculptor, as you could see, based off of her artwork. And she has a background in printmaking as well. And this whole residency, we have been working around these gelatin molds. And we have some of those previously made ones down on this front table here. These were made yesterday and on Wednesday. And if anyone ever has any questions, whether it's for the artist herself or questions about the glass process, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. But since we have quite a few new faces in here, I think I'll give a little rundown of the hot shop, and this will describe all of the temperatures of everything that we're working with. So everything we do in here starts in our furnaces. This is the large tank that you see them gathering the clear glass from with the closed door. These hold about 1,000 pounds of clear glass each and run at around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten, it's viscous and sticky, a lot like honey, so all we have to do is stick our heated pipe into the glass, and when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end. And from there, we can blow into the end of our hollow pipe, and this expands the glass like a balloon. And then the open face furnaces you see at the center and right bench, these are our reheating furnaces running at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And these don't have anything inside of them, I'd like to point out. They're just used for reheating. And we have two of them running right now so we can work on multiple parts of the same project at the same time instead of trying to kind of crowd around and make it all work with just one furnace. So mostly for convenience. So there's not a huge significant difference between those individual open face furnaces, although they could be running at slightly different temperatures. And they're getting started on their very next project over on that right bench. So this next gelatin mold that they're going to be working on is going to be an oval shape, and they are going to be making two tiers in it, almost as if we're stacking these two molds on top of each other. But it's still going to be one complete mold just on its own. Now, welcome to everyone who just joined us in the hot shop. Today we have a visiting artist you may have seen as you walked into the hot shop, Francesca Lohman. And she is the woman in the brown shirt standing closer to the right side of the hot shop over there. And she's here for a 3-day residency here at the museum, and this is her last day here, so she started on Wednesday. And on Wednesday and yesterday, Thursday, we made all of these pieces that you can see down on this front table. These are all clear glass gelatin molds, so they're going to be used to make these gelatin figures or sculptures later on. And she's a Seattle-based sculptor with a background in printmaking as well. And as I briefly mentioned, this whole residency is being used to make clear glass gelatin molds. So this one that we're currently making is going to have sort of 2 tiers to it. You can kind of imagine it's almost as if we're stacking 2 molds on top of each other, just like this one down on the front table. But this is going to be interconnected, just giving the gelatin an appearance of having 2 tiers. And over on that right bench, Sarah's getting started on that clear glass bubble that's going to be used to make this mold. And you'll see them using this wooden spoon-shaped tool over and over again today. This is called a block, and this is usually made out of fruit wood such as cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent burning. And this is going to even out all of the glass they have, so when they blow into the bubble, that bubble blows out evenly. And every now and then the heat will start to travel back towards the artist's hands. So Sarah is using a pipe cooler, and this is splashing water up onto that pipe, cooling it almost instantly. So now she can handle the pipe a little bit closer to the glass once more. And for everyone who just joined, just a reminder, if anyone has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. Can be any questions about the glass process or even questions for the artist herself. So this right here is called a strip gather. As you can see, they're letting a lot of that glass fall off of the end of the bubble. And this is just giving them a partial gather. They didn't want all of that glass that they had. And then once they have all the glass they need to make this piece, this is brought over to the center bench. And then they'll start to blow this out and shape it into that mold that they're creating. And now Ben is next going in with a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And despite how odd this tool may sound or seem, this is actually very commonly used. It's one of the only flexible tools that can move with our hand. And it's also pretty close to just using our hands to shape that glass. And next you'll see a Ben sort of elongating this bubble, creating a point on the end. And I briefly mentioned the temperatures of the furnaces earlier, so I'll mention this torch as well. This large fluffy flame torch is going to be used off and on, and it's running at around the same temperature as the furnaces at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But with the torch, they're able to focus the heat to a specific area, applying a little extra heat before heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. And then next, Ben goes in with a pair of jacks, those two metal blades, and he's carving a jack line into the glass. That's that divot you see forming now. And this is where we will remove the piece later on from this pipe. And if you're curious about that, that was just a nozzle blowing compressed air onto the glass. And it's just cooling that specific area down. In this case, they wanted the bubble that they had on the end to stop moving a little bit, so they cooled down that connection point. So right now, Ben is hanging this pipe down at an angle, and this is allowing him to stretch that glass, or basically using gravity as a tool. And next you could see Ben is going in with that same pair of jacks that he used for the jack line, but now we're creating almost 2 different bubbles on this same piece, and this is going to be the start of those 2 different tiers that are going to be within this mold. And this is how they are going to get the oval shape for this piece. So Ben is now going in with 2 corkwood paddles, and he's going to be flattening the sides of this piece, just 2 of those sides. And then as they continue to flatten and heat this up and shape it just like a little bit more, if you were to look from the top or the bottom of the mold, you would see that oval shape from the cork paddles. So for anyone who recently joined, just to give you a little overview of what we have going on here, we do have a visiting artist, Francesca Lohman, and that is the woman standing kind of closest to me with the brown shirt there. And she, along with our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, are working on creating various gelatin molds during this residency. And you could see some previously made gelatin molds that were made yesterday and Wednesday down on this front table here. And to display these pieces, Francesca is going to display the gelatin that was made inside of the mold, and then the mold that was used to create it alongside it as well. And these will be displayed in a few future showings, I believe this summer. And we don't have exact names or dates yet, but you could keep your eye out for them. And this was a 3-day residency, but today is the last day of the residency, sadly. So you guys just caught our visiting artist on her last day. And if you haven't noticed, Francesca's not working with the glass herself. She is not a glass artist. And we actually frequently have visiting artists that come in that don't work with glass themselves, but they are still creating all of the designs, and they're telling the artist, okay, I want it a little bit different this time, I want it a little bit shorter, I want a little bit longer, bigger, smaller. And so they're still completely designing and creating this glass. The hot shop team is physically creating the glass though. And this small torch that Ben is going in with right now is actually the hottest item we have in our hot shop. You can see it's very quickly melting the surface of the glass. It's running at around, or up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And they're using this to spot heat just these really small dots on the surface of the glass, and they are going to blow and expand just that small area of glass and create all these little bumps across the piece. So welcome to anyone who recently joined us. Today we have a visiting artist, Francesca Lohman, and that is the woman standing closest to us up in the front here. She's here for a 3-day residency, and this is her last day of the residency here. She's a Seattle-based sculptor with background in printmaking as well. And to give you guys a better idea of the artwork that she can create, can I have our visiting artist artwork up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artist's previously made artwork. You'll see a lot of her sculptures. And I was told that these specifically are like taffy, the sort of very fluid looking materials in these pictures here. And during this residency, if I didn't say so already, we've been working on making a bunch of clear glass gelatin molds. And so this one that we're currently working on, they were attempting to make 2 tiers to it. And then they also wanted to add a bunch of other random texture in the form of those bubbles that you saw all over the surface of the glass. And they've just broken the piece off of its original pipe, and this has given them access to the other side of the piece where they can continue to open it up and finish that mold off. So after heating up the front end of this piece, Ben is going in with a pair of tweezers, and you can see he's pinching and pulling the glass away from the rest of the piece. And this is stretching out those walls, making sure they're straight and even. Then next he'll go in with a pair of shears, and he's trimming off all of that excess glass. And there's a lot of excess glass on this piece. And so something nice about working with all clear glass, as we have been doing for this residency, is our furnaces are also all clear glass. So scraps and pieces that break and everything can usually be reused. We can just put them into the furnace again to melt down. And for anyone new who joined, if I didn't say so already, if you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. I can answer pretty much anything, even if it's a question for the artist herself, then I can always get her attention for you. And right here, Ben is going in with a special tool called the pachofis, and you'll notice they're very similar to the jacks. Those are the 2 metal blades. And this is going to allow him to open the piece from the inside out, and he's able to use the tips of the pachofis to shape the glass as well, unlike the metal jacks, which could gouge and scrape the glass that we have. And then to lightly correct the shape, Ben is going in with 2 corkwood paddles. And the corkwood is really soft on the glass. Wood is a very insulating material. If we were to use a metal paddle, for example, then this could cool down the glass very rapidly, causing a rippling or even cracking. So for anyone who recently joined, this piece that they have just finished is a gelatin mold, and they were attempting to make 2 tiers to it, so you can kind of see the point of separation in the center where they have that divot. And so our visiting artist, Francesca, closer to the left side of the hot shop, she's going to be able to use all of these glass molds that were previously created yesterday and Wednesday, along with all the ones that she's making today, to actually put gelatin inside of it and make that gelatin form. And right now you can see they're really heating up that connection point right where the glass and the pipe meet. And this is in preparation for breaking the piece off of the pipe. And to do so, they simply will apply a little bit of water to that connection point. This is causing purposeful shocking and cracking to that glass. Then a simple tap to the pipe, and that piece is cleanly broken off. And from here, this is going to be placed into the annealer, which is that large black box. This will slowly cool the piece down from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, at least overnight, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. And the thicker the glass is, the longer it takes to cool down. So for those who haven't seen our visiting artist artwork, that'll be up on the screen, but we have just finished our last piece before our lunch break, so we will be back in about an hour from now, probably around 2:15, and then we'll be here all the way till 5 p.m., so please feel free to join back in, and thank you for coming. Well, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. We've just come back from our break and we're going to get started on blowing some more glass. And today we do have a visiting artist with us. I will point her out as soon as she comes up onto the hot shop floor. But her name is Francesca Lohman, and she is here for a 3-day residency. This is the last day of her residency here. So you guys just caught her. And she is a Seattle-based sculptor, and she has a background in printmaking as well. You've been seeing that slideshow of her previously made artwork going on up on the screen. And those sketches that you're seeing here and there within the artwork, those are all items that have been made and are still being made in this residency here. So those sketches are all different kinds of gelatin molds, and we're making them all out of clear glass. These were all the ones that were previously made yesterday and Wednesday. And we also have a couple of plates or platters down here that the gelatin might be displayed on as well. So our artist is going to eventually make that gelatin inside of these pieces, and then when she displays the gelatin, she'll have the mold that was used to make that gelatin right by its side as well, displayed together for one piece. And she said that these pieces are going to go into a few different summer showings, but she doesn't have names or dates for that quite yet. And just in case some of you haven't been in a hot shop before, I'll give a quick little rundown while they're still getting started on this project. So everything we do in here starts in our furnaces. These are the large tanks with the closed doors. You've been seeing them gather out of this right one here. These hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten, it's viscous and sticky, really a lot like honey. So all we have to do is stick our heated pipe into the glass, and when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end. And from there, we can blow into the end of our hollow pipe, and this expands the glass like a balloon. And these open face furnaces, we have one at the center bench, one over on the right. These are our reheating furnaces running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we can adjust the temperature as need be. And we have 2 of them running right now, so we can work on multiple parts of the same project at the same time. So there's not a significant difference between those open face furnaces themselves. And here's our visiting artist, by the way, the woman in the brown shirt standing closer to the front. So this next mold that they're going to be working on is going to be a simple oval mold, but they're actually going to add some extra texture and detail to it by adding all of these divots that are pushed in the glass. And when we pour the gelatin into that mold, then it would give it sort of all of these little divots in its own surface as well. And every now and then the heat will start to travel back towards the artist's hands. So right now Sarah's using a pipe cooler, and this is just splashing water up onto the pipe, cooling it down almost instantly in that area. There's a good view up on the screen of that as well. And now our artist is going to be able to handle the pipe a little bit closer to the glass once again. And you'll see the artist using this tool pretty frequently. This is called a block, that wooden spoon-shaped tool. It's usually made out of cherry wood and kept in water to help it prevent it from burning. And this is going to even that glass out, so when we blow the bubble, that bubble blows out evenly as well. So this right here is called a strip gather. It's when we gather the clear glass over top of what we already have and then allow a lot of it to just drip right back off on the end. And this is just giving us a partial layer or a partial gather of that clear glass. So usually they will start their projects on the side benches and then take it over to the center bench when they're ready to really start blowing and sculpting the piece out. So in this case, they've just finished gathering all of the layers of clear glass they need, and now they're going to start blowing it out and shaping it into that mold that we're going to be making. And right here, Ben is using a stack of newspaper soaked in water. And despite how odd that tool may sound, this is a very commonly used tool in the hot shop. As you can see, he's able to use this tool, and it's very flexible. So he can put it on the side, he can put it on the end, change the angle of the papers. And this torch that they're using here, since I mentioned the temperatures of the furnaces, I'll mention the torch as well. This is running at around the same temperature as the furnaces, right around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And so instead of heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace, with this torch, they're going to be able to focus a little extra heat in a specific area rather than heating up the entire thing all at once inside of the furnace. And in this case, he was kind of preheating these pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades he's using right now. And he is now creating a jack line. And that is that divot you see forming in the glass. This is where they're going to remove this piece later on from the pipe. And these are two corkwood paddles. Ben is using them to flatten the sides of the piece, just these two sides. And as he continues to heat this up and work with it a little bit more, this is going to really create that oval shape that they're looking for the piece. If you were to look from the top or the bottom of this bubble right now, rather than from the sides like we are right now, you would be able to see that oval shape from the corkwood paddles. So as Ben is holding this up, this is allowing the glass to slump down on itself a little bit. And now you can really see from the bottom that oval shape that's been forming. And holding it at that angle, yeah, is slumping it down so that we're basically using gravity as a tool. And now Ben is going to start creating all of those divots in the glass that I was lightly talking about earlier. These are going to be those extra little bits of design So he's going in with this super hot handheld torch. This is actually the hottest item we have in our hot shop, and it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is over double the heat of our molten glass. So this is going to very quickly spot heat these really small sections of the glass, allowing him to push a tool handle into the bottom of this piece. So this is raising the glass on the inside of this bubble as well, and this is really going to give that gelatin some extra texture in the form of divots. Now, welcome to those who recently joined us or just joined us. Today we have a visiting artist, and this is Francesca Lohman. And that is the woman standing closer to the right side of the hot shop over here. And she's here for a 3-day residency here at the museum. And today's her last day, sadly, but you just caught her. And today, and actually the whole residency, is involving creating all of these clear glass gelatin molds. And so this one that we're working on right here, you could see they're kind of experimenting with some texture with this mold. And it looks like they're done with the bottom. So they need to prepare a second pipe that they're going to attach to the bottom. And this is going to allow them to break this piece off of its original pipe and give them access to the other side. And I like to point this out. A couple of people have noticed that our visiting artist is not working with the glass herself, but we actually have many visiting artists that come in that don't work with glass. They come in with the sketches and the ideas of what they want to do in here though, and our hot shop team is able to do the work with all of the design that our artist has given them. And now Gabe has just brought that second pipe over. That's called a punty when we attach a second pipe to a piece. And you could see they're going to make another line just in between that connection between the glass and the pipe. And this is going to make it a little bit easier to break off later on. And then to break this piece off, all they have to do is apply a little bit of water to that connection point, and then they simply tap the pipe, and this creates a vibration that travels to the cracks created by the water, breaking that piece cleanly off. So now from here, after breaking that off, they're left over with a small opening, and they'll be able to start opening this up and creating that final mold form that they're going for. And since this is a mold that they're going to be making gelatin inside of, they have to make sure that that opening area is wider than any other part inside of the mold. Otherwise, the gelatin's not going to come out. And I'll note something else interesting. Since we're working with all clear glass for this entire residency, and our furnaces are also all clear glass, what's really nice about that is if we were to break a piece or mess up on a piece, we could simply break it apart and put it back into the furnace to melt down again later on. And so we can basically reuse this clear glass since we're not using any color inside of it. So after heating up the front end of this piece, Ben is now going in with a pair of tweezers, and you can see he's pinching and pulling that glass away from the rest of the piece, just around the opening. And then he'll quickly go in with a pair of shears, and he's trimming off a lot of excess glass. And this is going to allow them to both widen the opening and just have a little bit of a squatter shape to the piece overall. And for anyone who recently joined, just so the rest of you know, there's some pieces down on this front table here. These were made either yesterday or on Wednesday during the rest of our visiting artist residency. And these are all gelatin molds. And this tool right here, you'll notice looks pretty similar to the jacks, which were those two metal blades, but instead we have two wooden blades. These are the pachofis, and this is allowing Ben to shape the piece from the inside, and he can use the tips of these blades to physically push at the inside of the piece and widen the walls. And we would not be able to do that with the metal blades because those would just start gouging and kind of scraping the inside of the piece. And you'll notice after he came out of the furnace this time, it looked like it had widened itself just after he heated it. And this is because as they're heating that glass, it's just getting really soft. And as they continue turning to keep it on center, that's creating centrifugal force, or the outward pulling force of spinning something. And that literally widened the walls of this glass out and flared the opening out as well. So right now they're preparing to break this piece off of the pipe. You could see Sarah closer to the right on the hot shop is dressed up in these special Kevlar gloves, and these are going to protect her from the glass as she picks it up off the end of the pipe. And to break this off, a little bit of water is going to be applied to that connection point, and then a simple tap to the pipe, just like earlier, and that piece is cleanly broken off. And let's give them a round of applause for completing that gelatin mold. And this large black box that they just put it into is called the annealer. The annealer is going to slowly cool this piece down at least overnight so it doesn't break due to thermal shock from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature with a click of a button. And since we've been working with all clear glass, I am going to play a short video about how that glass is made, the mixture, and how we fill our furnaces with it. And so can I have the charging the furnace video, please?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
And for anyone who hasn't seen our visiting artist artwork yet, can I have that up on the screen as well, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artist artwork, Francesca Lohman, and she is a Seattle-based sculptor, so you're going to see a lot of sculptures throughout this slideshow. And those images of all of these different sketches, these are all different molds that she and the Hot Shop team have been attempting to make throughout this residency. And I was told that these pieces here and the next one are made with taffy. That's that sort of liquid, colorful ooze that's kind of going over the pieces. So the next piece that they're getting started on is going to be another gelatin mold, but this one's going to be similar to a few of the pieces that you see they made previously. This piece is going to have that hole in the center, almost like a bundt pan. And they're also going to be adding some wavy edges to this piece as well. Welcome into the hot shop to everyone who recently joined us. Today we do have a visiting artist, and her name is Francesca Lohman, and that is the woman up front here with me. And she's here for a 3-day residency. This is her last day of the residency. And she is a Seattle-based sculptor with a background in printmaking as well. And today, well, actually throughout the residency, we've been working on making all of these different gelatin molds. And so you could see some of the previously made ones. These were made on Wednesday and yesterday, and we've been continuing to make them today. This one that we're about to create, starting over on that right bench, is going to be a little bit like a bunt pan. It's going to be much like these molds that have the holes in the center, but it's going to have some wavy edges going around either the inside or the outside of that gelatin mold. And our artist later on, once these pieces are all completely done, ground down, polished, cooled, she is going to fill them with gelatin and actually take the gelatin out of the mold. And then to display the artwork, she's going to display the gelatin right next to the mold that was used to create it in a few different art showcases. And I'll give you guys just a quick little rundown of the hot shop since there's a lot of new people in here. But you saw them gathering the fresh clear glass out of this large tank with the closed door here. These hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. We have 2 of them, but we've been gathering out of that right one today. And as you can see, when the glass is molten, it's viscous and sticky, a lot like honey. And so all we had to do was stick that heated pipe into the glass, and when we turned, it gathered a ball on the end. And you could see Sarah lightly blowing into the end of the pipe. This is slowly expanding the glass like a balloon. And then she'll go over to the pipe cooler. This is just splashing water from a trough up onto that pipe, cooling it down almost instantly. So now we can handle it a little bit closer to the glass once more. And these open face furnaces, you'll see them used a lot a little bit later on, but we have one at the center bench and one at the right bench that are on right now. These are our reheating furnaces, and they're running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we just have 2 of them running right now, so we can work on multiple parts of the same project at the same time, instead of just trying to make it work, kind of cramming in all around one furnace. And both those types of furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air. And if anyone ever has any questions, whether it's about the glass process or questions for the artist herself, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. So someone was asking whether we can heat up the glass over and over, cool it down over and over. And I have not seen any limits to how many times we can cool and heat up a piece of glass. We just have to heat it up and cool it down very slowly each time so it doesn't break from thermal shock. But in some cases, we actually do create a piece of glass, for example, like a little sculpted piece, and then we'll set it aside, cool it down, and then we'll take it out like a couple or a few days later and attach it to something else while it's hot again. So we can heat it up and cool it down on purpose to be able to work over a longer period of time rather than everything all at once. So this large torch here is running off of oxygen and propane, unlike the furnaces, but it runs at around the same temperature at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And they're going to use this torch. You'll see when they use it, it gets a lot bigger, a lot more powerful. I call it a fluffy flame torch because it's pretty gentle and it encompasses a larger area. And it just allows them to heat up a specific area of the glass rather than the entire thing overall. And this tool here is called a block. This is that wooden spoon-shaped tool. They use this to even out the glass, and then usually they'll blow into the bubble right afterwards, and that makes sure that the bubble blows out evenly. I was just about to mention that. So something that's nice right now, this residency, we've only been using clear glass for the last few days. And so if we ever mess up on something or break something, we can simply break it apart and put it back in our furnaces to melt down, since our furnaces are also all clear glass. So we can essentially just reuse this clear glass. So the person who sits at the bench and is doing a lot of the work, like the sculpting and the torching, is called the gaffer. They're kind of like the glass blowing team leader. And then everyone else around them is usually just assistants, and they'll do anything that the artist needs. And so sometimes they'll trade off to give each other a break from certain heat, for example. But for the most part, it's just whatever the gaffer needs. And then next, Ben is starting to go in with a pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades. And he's making a jack line in the glass, which is that divot you see forming now. And this is where they're going to remove the piece from this pipe later on. And if I didn't mention this tool already, this is simply a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And these will be used very commonly, especially in the earlier blowing processes. And it's one of the only flexible tools in the hot shop, and it's also really close to using our hands on the glass. So spinning the glass like that is not simply theatrics. This is using centrifugal force, or that outward pulling force from spinning, and that was lengthening the glass bubble on the end of the pipe. So the heat apparently travels very slowly through the pipe that they're using. And so every now and then it does start to travel down a little bit closer to their hands. But if it does, they just cool it off with some water. And then they don't really need to worry about it for a while after that. And since they're just heating it up over and over, like little bit by little bit right now, it's not going to get super hot as if they were gathering new layers of clear glass, for example. That would make it a lot hotter. And I've been told by them that they don't wear a lot of protective equipment like gloves and shields and stuff like that because it's a little bit hindering to their movements. They want to be able to fully have a full scale of movement, full range of movement to be able to do anything they need to do for the glass. And as long as they're not touching the glass itself or the hot end of a tool, then they should be okay. So they just superheated the bottom, and this allowed them to completely flatten the bottom, even though the glass was really thick there. And just a little refresher, right now they're going to be working on a sort of bunt pan shape, but this is going to be a gelatin mold. And so most likely right now they're preparing to sort of poke a hole or a bubble into the bottom, much like these pieces that you see down on this front table here. So the hotter it is outside, I would say the hotter it is in the hot shop for sure. We even have a little temperature gauge right in front of the furnace. Looks like it might be about 100 degrees right in front of the furnace with the air temperature. And as you can see, Ben just used a tool called the pachofis. Those are very similar to the jacks, which are the two metal blades, but instead these have two wooden blades. And this is going to allow him to use the tips of the blades to shape the glass. And in this case, he has poked this large bubble into the bottom of this piece. And then later on, when we go ahead and open up the top of this bubble where it's currently attached to the pipe, we can also open the top of the second bubble that was just poked inside. So this small torch that they've been using on and off, this is actually the hottest item we have in our hot shop. And I've been told it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's over double the heat of the molten glass. This is very quickly able to spot heat a small area of glass. It really helps them get some really fine, small details in the piece. And next, Ben is going in lightly with a pair of corkwood paddles. And these are able to flatten sides of the glass piece. And the wood, the cork wood, is going to be really gentle on that glass. If we were to use a metal paddle, for example, this could cause rippling and shocking in the glass from the cold versus the hot glass. And welcome to those who recently joined us or just joined us. Today we have a visiting artist, Francesca Lohman, and that is the woman with the brown shirt closer to the right side of the hot shop. And today she, along with our hot shop team, the people who work here full time making things in the hot shop, are creating a lot of gelatin molds. And you could see they have some previously made gelatin molds. These were made on Wednesday and yesterday here, some examples. And this one that they're currently working on is supposed to be a little bit of a bundt pan or bundt cake sort of shape. And so this mold has that large hole that's going to be in the center, and then they're also going to add some waving around the sides. And I'll point out, I'm sure you all have noticed as well, but our visiting artist is not physically working with the glass herself. We actually have a lot of visiting artists that come in that don't work with glass at all, and they sort of collaborate or just bring in their designs of what they want the hot shop team to make. And so they're still the brains, they're still the designers of these pieces, but our hot shop team is helping them create them. And so now they have the bottom of this piece done, and so they're just going to work on keeping it nice and warm through a process called flashing. This is just when they go briefly into the furnace and then come back out and let it rest. This is keeping a nice even temperature across the piece, probably around or above 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit to make sure it doesn't crack or break from thermal shock. And over on that right bench, Gabe is working on a second pipe. And this is going to have a large clear attachment on the end of it. And this is going to be used to attach to the bottom of this piece to break it off of its original pipe. So over on that right bench, Gabe is working on making a 3-prong punty. So the punty is the second pipe that we attach to a piece. No matter if it's a simple solid connection or a hollow connection, it's still a punty. And this is going to have 3 prongs because, as you notice, we have a hole in the bottom of our piece at the center bench. So these 3 prongs are going to attach on the outside of this hole so that the pipe can be centered to the bottom of the piece. So I see a couple of you guys talking about these pieces down here. So there are these clear little attachments on some of the pieces here, and these are going to be ground and polished off in a process called cold working. So these are just temporary little attachments that we're holding it onto the pipe. So now they're checking to make sure that all of these prongs are going to be the correct distance and size. And then they'll superheat just the points of each of those prongs with that small handheld torch. And this is going to make sure that the prongs themselves are holding nice and still and sturdy, but that's going to allow for a nice hot connection at the same time onto the bottom of this piece. So now Gabe has brought over that 3-prong punty, and this is lightly attached all the way at these 3 points just around that hole that they have in the center of the bottom of this piece. And as you can see, this is holding that second pipe on center with the bottom of this piece. And then to break this piece off of its original pipe, they simply apply a little bit of water to that connection point before tapping the pipe, and that instantly breaks that piece off. If you want to know a little bit of science behind it, the water is causing shocking and cracking in the glass from the extreme temperature difference, and then tapping the pipe creates a vibration that travels to the small cracks created by the water, and it breaks that piece off. And after breaking that piece off, you'll notice they're left behind. They have an opening left behind. So from here, they're going to start opening this up and flaring it out just a bit to finish it off. So since we're using all clear glass, technically any of our leftovers can be cleaned off and then thrown back into the furnace to melt down again. And so we have special designated buckets where we only put clear glass, and then we're able to break that apart and put it into our furnace again. So when they trimmed all of that glass off, that left them with even thin walls and an even opening to this piece, because when we break it off from its original pipe, it's usually a little bit of a thicker amount of glass on the end, as well as having just a little bit of an uneven surface. So we're just kind of perfecting that. And now it looks like they're focusing some extra heat on that bubble that's on the inside of the glass. And they're going to open that up just like these other pieces down on this front table. You can see we have that center bubble completely open. And welcome to those who just joined. Right now we are currently working on a gelatin mold that is sort of described as a bunt pan. So they're going to have a shape that's very similar to these guys down here, but they're going to add some wavy texture all the way around the outside, I believe. And so you can see Sarah's just attached a second pipe to that center bit in the middle. And this allowed them to stretch that bubble out really thin from the inside, and then when they break that end piece off, that opened up the bubble, just a really small perfect opening right in the center. So from here they'll be able to start opening this up into that perfect open hole in the center of the piece. And to open this up, Ben is just going to use that same pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades. And the tips of these blades are really small, so he's able to fit that inside of that opening and just slowly start widening it. And then Ben is going in with the pachofis, and these are similar to those metal jacks that you saw him using, but they have wooden blades instead. So he was able to use those on the inside of the piece without worrying about creating any lines or scrapes in that glass from the metal jacks. So you can tell that they're getting ready to take a piece off the pipe when you see someone get dressed up in these special Kevlar gloves. And those are going to protect Sarah from this glass as she picks it up to be put away. And right now Ben is using a pair of shears. He's cutting at each of those connections and helping thin them out a little bit. And then next you'll go in with some water just like earlier and apply those to each of those connection points, causing shocking and cracking in the glass. And then a simple tap of the pipe and Sarah catches that piece to be put away. And this is going into the annealer, which is that large black box on the wall. This will slowly cool the glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break due to thermal shock from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature. And since we've been working with all clear glass today, I'm going to play a short video that describes how the glass is made and how we fill our furnaces with it. So can I have the charging the furnace video, please?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So now Sarah's getting started on that very next piece over on the right bench. Everything starts with a small clear bubble, and then we build upon that many more layers of clear glass if we're only using clear anyways. And just a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. So welcome into the hot shop. Right now we are getting started on our very next clear glass gelatin mold. And this one is going to be similar to this piece that we have on the far right over here. It's going to be an oval, and we're going to have this sucked in bubble at the base of the piece. And today we have a visiting artist with us, Francesca Lohman. I was just talking to her briefly over there. She's the one with the brown shirt. She's here for a 3-day residency, and today is her last day of the residency, so you guys just caught her. And she's a Seattle-based sculptor with a background in printmaking, and she has come in here to make various clear glass gelatin molds. And she's actually going to make gelatin in these molds later on and put them on display right next to the molds that were used to create them. And these will be shown in a few different summer showings, I was told. And if you're curious, here are some of the previously made pieces down on this front table here. These were made yesterday and on Wednesday. So Gabe had been actually pulling the air out of the pipe in that moment, so he was creating that sucked in area on the bottom of this piece, just like this piece in the right corner here. So you can see that glass sucking in on itself and sucking the bubble backwards into itself as Gabe is pulling the air out on the end of the pipe. And this is going to give them a nice bubble kind of on the bottom, the inside of this mold, once they open up the top of this piece that's currently attached to the pipe. And next, Ben is going in with a pair of corkwood paddles, and these are being used to light flatten two opposite sides of the glass. And this is going to help them get that oval shape that they're looking for. So if we were to look from the bottom of the piece or the top of the piece rather than the side like we are now, we would be able to see that oval shape coming and taking place. And holding the glass up like this at this angle that Ben is now, this is allowing the glass to slump down on itself. So they're using gravity as a tool to shape that glass, giving them a squatter shape. So right now Ben's going in with that super small handheld torch, and he's heating up just those connections right inside of those prongs. And he's going to be able to cut these connections even thinner before fully breaking this piece off the end of the pipe. And you can see Sarah's suited up in these special Kevlar gloves, and these are going to protect her from that glass as she picks it up off the end of the pipe. I've been told this is the same material that firefighting suits are made out of. So Ben's going in with a pair of shears, and he cut each of those connections before applying a little bit of water to each of those connection points. And then a simple tap to the pipe, just like earlier, and this piece will break cleanly off. And then this is going to be brought over to the annealer, which is that large black box on the wall. This is going to slowly cool the piece down from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit to room temperature, at least overnight, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. And the thicker the glass, the longer it has to anneal. Now, just to update you guys real quick, right now we're working on a large oval plate, kind of like this one right here. This one has some extra textures and details applied to it. But just like all the other pieces, this is going to be made out of clear glass. And they've just attached it to a second pipe called a punty, and that is going to allow them to have access to the other side of the piece, as you can see now. So from here, they're just going to start opening up that small opening they have here and flare it out into that plate. So after heating up the front end of this piece, Ben is going in with a pair of tweezers and he's pinching and pulling this opening outward. And then next he'll go in with a pair of shears and trim off a lot of excess glass. And this is going to leave them with even walls and an even opening to this piece. So that tool that Ben was using there was called the pachofis. You'll notice that they're pretty similar to the jacks, which are the two metal blades. But instead of metal blades, we have wood blades. So we can use the front end or the tips of these blades to actually shape the glass from the inside, physically pushing at the inside of the wall. And this is expanding the piece from the bottom or from the inside out. We wouldn't be able to do that with the metal blades. That would just gouge and scrape at the inside of the glass. So this large fluffy flame torch they're using is running at around the same temperature as the furnaces, but it's allowing them to apply extra heat to a specific area. So you could see they were applying it to the specific sides of the piece that are sticking out a little bit further, like the further points of the oval. And that's going to allow them to flare it out evenly among the entire piece. So you can see they're heating up this piece quite a bit, and they're going to use centrifugal force, or basically the outward pulling force of spinning, to flare the piece out the rest of the way into that plate. So they pull it out of the furnace, and then it seems as if it's magically complete. That's just from heating it up and then spinning it really fast. And so from here, they'll usually go in with a wooden paneler to make sure everything is nice and straight before they put it away. And then after letting it cool down for a brief amount of time, you can see Sarah's ready to pick up the piece with a pair of Kevlar gloves. And to break it off, all they do is apply a little bit of water to that connection point right on the pipe. And this is causing shocking and cracking in that glass. And they lightly torch the bottom as well, get rid of any leftover sharp ends before putting it away in the annealer. And this is going to cool down at least overnight so it doesn't break due to thermal shock, from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature. And let me know if you have any questions, but I'm pretty sure that was the last piece of the day, so we only have 8 minutes till the museum closes. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. You're always welcome to sit around and watch us clean up. And this is all artwork that our artists made yesterday and Wednesday, by the way. These are also gelatin molds, so that piece that we were making earlier is just a plate or a platter. I think they will be used to display the gelatin, but this piece, for example, it'll be cut in half, and it can still be used for gelatin.